Hey there, dear listener. Go ahead and find that perfect spot. You know, the one where your body just melts into whatever you're lying on. Dim those lights down to almost nothing and take a nice slow breath. Let all that daily nonsense just drift away like smoke from a campfire that's finally burning down. Tonight, we're setting sail for some seriously deep waters. Back when the ocean wasn't just a convenient shipping lane with GPS tracking, but a vast, mysterious void where your imagination could run absolutely wild with terror. We're diving into 3 tales that'll make you grateful for modern naval charts. The island-sized monster that basically treats the entire sea like its personal all-you-can-eat buffet. The cursed ship captain who's been having the worst possible day for, about 4 centuries now. And the silent, flaming ghost ship that's been trolling the Northumberland Strait since before your great-great-great-grandmother was even a twinkle in someone's eye. We'll be mixing up some genuinely ancient folklore with a few gentle, modern explanations. Because sometimes it's nice to know that the thing that terrified sailors for centuries was probably just a really big squid having a bad day. Think of it as story time first, sleep aid second, with just enough dry humour to keep us from taking any of this too seriously. Before we properly shove off from shore, if you're enjoying these little midnight voyages into humanity's collective anxieties, a quiet like or subscribe would genuinely make my night. And I'm always curious. Where in this wonderfully wide world are you listening from right now? And what ungodly hour is it there? It honestly blows my mind that these whispered tales are reaching ears in so many distant places, probably while you're trying to forget about tomorrow's meetings, or that thing you forgot to do today. Now, with imaginary sea salt in the air and our metaphorical lamp turned low, let's drift toward the oldest maritime terror, the island that moves, breathes, and apparently has some serious boundary issues when it comes to eating everything in sight. Picture this. You're a medieval Norse sailor, and your entire understanding of marine biology comes from, don't ask questions, just don't fall overboard. You stumble across references in manuscripts like The King's Mirror, basically the medieval equivalent of a nature documentary, except written by people who thought unicorns were totally plausible. They're describing something called the Hafgufa. Not just your average sea monster, mind you, but a creature so monumentally huge that exhausted sailors would mistake it for an actual island. You know, the kind of mistake that really ruins your whole let's stop here for fresh water plan. Imagine sailing for days, maybe weeks, and finally spotting what looks like salvation. A nice, low-lying piece of land on the horizon. You're probably thinking about solid ground, maybe some berries. Definitely a break from eating whatever passes for ship's rations in the 13th century. So you sail closer, and that's when you realize your island has a pulse. And teeth. Lots of teeth. The feeding method these old texts describe is particularly charming. The Hafgufa would basically belch up massive amounts of fish. Imagine the world's most disgusting fish fountain. Then open its colossal mouth and gulp down entire schools of fish that gathered around for what they thought was a free meal. It's like the ultimate bait and switch, except instead of a timeshare presentation, you get eaten by a mountain-sized fish. This whole concept was basically the warm-up act for what would become the more famous Kraken. Fast forward to 1753, when Erik Pontoppidan, a Danish bishop with apparently way too much time on his hands, decides to publish his Natural History of Norway. Now, Pontoppidan was doing something that was pretty revolutionary for the time. He was actually collecting stories from fishermen and sailors instead of just making stuff up from his study. Though, to be fair, some of the stuff fishermen come up with after a few drinks makes pure fantasy look downright conservative. He compiled all these tales and presented the Kraken as a multi-armed cephalopod that was so ridiculously large, people kept confusing it with small islands. Which, let's be honest, if you're going to have an identity crisis with geological features, at least you're thinking big. Pontoppidan's descriptions mixed what passed for scientific curiosity with folklore in a way that suggested the Kraken might be responsible for all sorts of weird ocean phenomena. Sudden upwellings, mysterious volcanic activity, probably your missing fishing nets and that weird smell near the docks. Our modern understanding points to something that's equally impressive, but requires significantly fewer supernatural explanations. The giant squid, Architeuthis dux. These deep-sea nightmares can reach genuinely impressive lengths. We're talking up to 43 feet if you're measuring from tip to tentacle. And speaking of tentacles, they come equipped with hooks that are specifically designed to latch onto prey in the crushing darkness of the deep ocean, because apparently regular suction cups weren't terrifying enough. Now, you certainly wouldn't mistake a giant squid for an island today, mostly because we have better lighting and, marine biology. But you can absolutely see how sailors catching glimpses of these creatures, maybe after a storm washed one ashore or brought it to the surface, might have crafted tales of island-sized monsters. Especially when your alternative explanation is, I have no idea what that was, but it was bigger than our boat and had more arms than seemed strictly necessary. So there you have it, the Kraken, that magnificent tentacled nightmare that taught us the ocean's depths hold creatures far stranger than our ancestors could have imagined. But you know what's almost more unsettling than a monster that can swallow your ship whole? The idea that you might never find peace at all, that death itself might refuse to take you. Let's ease our way toward a different kind of maritime horror now, one that's less about teeth and tentacles, more about the crushing weight of eternity, because the sea wasn't content with just having massive monsters lurking in the deep. It also needed a good dose of psychological torment. Welcome aboard the Flying Dutchman, where the real terror isn't drowning. It's never being allowed to stop sailing. This particular phantom ship is tied to the tale of Hendrik van der Decken, a Dutch captain who, according to legend, made the kind of oath that makes you wonder if anyone ever taught him about the concept of cutting your losses. He swore he would round the treacherous Cape of Good Hope come hell or high water, even if it meant sailing until doomsday itself. Now, the Cape of Good Hope was historically known as the Cape of Storms, which should tell you everything you need to know about how pleasant it was to navigate. We're talking about a place with sudden squalls, treacherous currents, and weather patterns that seemed personally offended by the concept of safe passage. Van der Decken's defiance in the face of such natural hostility, basically telling Mother Nature to go stuff herself, became the very foundation of his eternal punishment, because apparently the universe has a sense of irony and takes these kinds of challenges very personally. Now, imagine you're on watch duty in the late 19th century. It's 1881, you're aboard the HMS Bacchante, and you're probably thinking about anything other than work, maybe what you're going to eat when you get to shore, or whether that letter from home is good news or bad news. It's a clear night, the kind where you can see stars for miles, and suddenly, about 200 yards ahead, you spot something that makes your stomach drop. A mysterious vessel, glowing with this weird red light. Not the warm, welcoming glow of a friendly ship, but something that makes the hair on your arms stand up. You can see it clearly. A brig with its masts and sails perfectly visible, looking for all the world like a normal ship, except for the part where it's radiating light like some kind of maritime Christmas decoration from hell. You watch it, probably with that sinking feeling you get when you realize you're about to have a story nobody will believe, as it vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Despite the clear conditions, despite the fact that ships don't just disappear. This wasn't just some sailor's tall tale fueled by too much rum and not enough sleep. This sighting was actually recorded in the ship's log, which meant someone had to write down "saw ghost ship" in official Royal Navy documentation. And among the witnesses was Prince George of Wales himself, who was serving as a young naval cadet at the time. So either the future king was in on some elaborate practical joke, or the sea was still keeping its spectral secrets, even in an age when people were starting to think they had everything figured out. Now let's shift our focus to something a bit more localized, but no less unsettling: the silent, fiery phantom of the Northumberland Strait. If the Flying Dutchman was maritime horror on a global scale, this burning ghost ship was more of a regional specialty, like a local ghost story, except one that kept showing up with disturbing regularity. The first recorded sighting of this particular maritime mystery dates back to 1786. Picture yourself near Prince Edward Island during a fierce gale, the kind of weather that makes you question every life choice that led you to being on or near the water. You're probably cold, wet, and wondering why humans ever thought leaving dry land was a good idea. Then you see it. A sailing ship that appears to be in serious distress, completely engulfed in flames, looking like every sailor's worst nightmare come to life. Your first instinct is probably to help, because that's what decent people do when they see other people in trouble. So you try to approach, and that's when the whole situation gets properly weird. The ship disappears. Not sinks, not sails away, just vanishes like it was never there in the first place. This initial sighting kicked off a pattern that would repeat for centuries, because apparently some ghosts are really committed to their bit. The descriptions that accumulated over the years are remarkably consistent, which is either evidence of a genuine phenomenon or proof that people are really good at copying each other's homework. Witnesses describe a large, fully rigged sailing ship, often specifically an old schooner, that's completely ablaze with brilliant orange flames. The kind of fire that should be visible for miles and accompanied by screaming, chaos, and the general pandemonium of a ship burning down with people on it. But here's where it gets properly eerie. Witnesses consistently report that the ship moves with impossible speed, maintains complete silence, and sometimes even shows ghostly sailors or animals on deck going about their business as if being on fire is just part of the daily routine. It's like a maritime dinner theatre, except the show is eternal damnation, and nobody asked for tickets. Now, before you start planning your ghost ship viewing vacation, there are some perfectly rational explanations for these fiery apparitions that don't require any supernatural intervention. Consider the Fata Morgana, which sounds like a fancy drink but is actually a complex, superior mirage caused by very specific atmospheric conditions. When you have warm air sitting on top of cooler air, it can bend light in ways that would make a carnival funhouse jealous, distorting distant objects and making them appear elevated, inverted, or even multiplied like some kind of optical illusion nightmare. So that distant ship you're seeing, or even lights from the shore, could be twisted by atmospheric conditions into the image of a burning vessel. It's like Instagram filters, except applied by physics and significantly more terrifying. Then there's St. Elmo's fire, that eerie blue or violet glow that can appear on masts and rigging during highly charged atmospheric conditions. It's basically an electrical discharge that turns your ship into a low-key light show. The kind of thing that would be pretty cool if you understood what was happening, and absolutely terrifying if you didn't. These phenomena, especially during stormy or electrically charged weather, could easily create the illusion of a ship engulfed in flames. Add in some distance, poor visibility, and the human brain's tendency to fill in gaps with the most dramatic possible explanation, and you've got yourself a ghost ship without requiring any actual ghostly sailors. You see, the ocean has always been humanity's favourite canvas for projecting our fears and anxieties. Whether it's the sheer, incomprehensible scale of an ancient sea monster, the moral weight of a captain's defiant curse, or the deceptive tricks that light and weather can play on our eyes, these tales remind us that the unknown has always been both terrifying and irresistible. And maybe, just maybe, they tell us as much about ourselves as they do about the sea. All right, let's take a nice, deep breath together and sink into the earliest whispers of the ocean's nameless terror. You know how sometimes you try to describe something so big, so incomprehensible, that you just give up and call it something else entirely? Well, the Kraken wasn't born as this tentacled nightmare we all picture today. No dramatic entrance, no flailing arms. Its origin story is way weirder and, honestly, kind of endearingly confused. It started as humanity's attempt to slap a name on something so mind-bogglingly enormous that early storytellers basically threw up their hands and said, "You know what? It's not even an animal, it's geography," with a pulse. We find the earliest version of this delightful confusion in The King's Mirror, a 13th century Norwegian text that was basically the medieval equivalent of an educational Wikipedia page. If you were a student back then, you might have stumbled across descriptions of the Hafgufa, literally sea mist. But this wasn't your garden variety fog bank. This was described as a creature so monumentally huge that you could sail toward it for days thinking you'd found land. Picture being out at sea for weeks, your entire world nothing but endless water and sky, probably eating whatever passed for ship's biscuits and wondering if you'd ever see solid ground again. Then boom, there's a low-lying landmass on the horizon. You're probably thinking about fresh water, maybe some berries, definitely a break from whatever nightmare fuel they called food on medieval ships. So you steer toward it. And that's when you realize your island is doing something islands definitely shouldn't do. It's breathing. The feeding method described in The King's Mirror is particularly charming, in a deeply disturbing way. The Hafgufa wasn't your typical predator. No dramatic chases or epic battles. Instead, it would basically vomit up massive quantities of pre-digested food. Imagine the world's most horrifying seafood buffet to attract fish. Think about it. Thousands upon thousands of fish, drawn by what they assume is a free meal, swarming around what looks like the safest, most stationary feeding ground in the entire ocean. Then, with the kind of geological slowness that makes glaciers look impatient, the Hafgufa would open its mouth. And we're talking about a mouth larger than most harbours, bigger than anything you could possibly imagine. Then it would just inhale the entire ecosystem. Not hunting, not chasing, just a massive, almost casual intake of everything in the immediate area. It's like if your refrigerator suddenly developed the ability to summon all the food in your neighbourhood and then eat your entire block. Over the centuries, this weirdly passive island with indigestion concept started to evolve. You know how stories change when they get passed around? Like a historical game of telephone, except with more alcohol and less fact-checking. As sailors ventured further from home, as tales got told and retold in smoky taverns from one grizzled veteran to the next wide-eyed recruit, the myth began to shift. The pure, stationary island thing started gaining what you might generously call personality. It wasn't just a geographical error anymore. It was something that could move with purpose. Slowly, sure, but with definite intent. Eventually, this seemingly benign blob, the size of a small country, began sprouting appendages. First in sailors' imaginations, then in their increasingly creative retellings. It shed its passive, belching landmass persona and embraced the more active, grab you and drag you down monster that would haunt later maritime folklore. Picture yourself standing on the low, weathered deck of a wooden ship, maybe 3 or 4 centuries ago. The planks beneath your feet are slick with salt spray, warped from years of ocean abuse, and the wind whistles through rigging that's seen better decades. The smell hits you, that mix of tar, ancient wood, and the sharp, clean bite of sea air that gets into everything. Your world sways with the rhythm of waves that stretch to every horizon. And then you see it. A shape on the water, low and impossibly broad, with a stillness that makes your skin crawl. It seems to rise and fall with its own rhythm, separate from the waves around it. Gulls wheel overhead, crying out as they dive for the bounty of fish below, completely oblivious to the fact that their fishing spot might actually be fishing them right back. The only sounds are the familiar creak of ship timber and those distant bird calls, but the air feels thick with an unspoken question that makes your throat tight. Is that land, or is that something pretending to be land? It's actually kind of fascinating how these stories evolved through the academic food chain. Medieval bestiaries were basically illustrated encyclopedias, where the line between real animal and something we definitely made up after too much wine was more of a gentle suggestion than an actual boundary. These books would cheerfully catalogue everything from horses to unicorns with equal confidence. Later, when people started getting more serious about this whole natural history thing, scholars like Eric Pontoppidan came along and tried to make sense of the chaos. His 1753 Natural History of Norway was a genuine attempt to organise all these wild sailor stories into something resembling scientific documentation. Pontoppidan took the ancient island creature concept and basically gave it a makeover, transforming it into the multi-armed, definitely more squid-like monster that became the standard Kraken template. He moved it from mysterious geological feature to absolutely terrifying cephalopod, which was probably an improvement from a storytelling perspective, even if it was slightly less comedically absurd. You know what's almost comforting about all this? When faced with the utterly mind-breaking vastness of the ocean, humanity's first instinct wasn't to run screaming or pretend it didn't exist. It was to name it, to draw pictures, to tell stories. Because putting a name on something, even something as fundamentally terrifying as an island that eats, is a way of dragging it into the realm of things we can sort of understand. It's like a very small act of defiance against the overwhelming unknown. "I don't know what you are," early sailors essentially said, "but I'm going to call you Harold, and now you're slightly less scary." The real terror began when observant fishermen started noticing subtle changes in the ocean's behavior, little signs and shifts that hinted at something colossal moving beneath the surface, warning signs that experienced mariners, with their hard-earned wisdom, learned to read like a very ominous weather report. Signs that we'll gently explore together next, because apparently the ocean wasn't content with just having geography-sized monsters. It also needed them to be sneaky. All right, let's drift our minds back to a bone-chilling, star-dusted night in a Scandinavian fjord. Picture yourself crammed into a small fishing boat. And when I say small, I mean the kind that makes you wonder if whoever designed it had ever actually seen the ocean. It's basically a floating wooden bowl with delusions of grandeur. The slow wind whispers past your ears, carrying that distinctive cocktail of coastal pine and sea salt that somehow manages to smell both comforting and vaguely threatening. You hear the rhythmic creak of your wooden oar against the thole-pin, that steady, hypnotic drone that's probably the closest thing to a lullaby you're going to get out here. Cold spray kisses your face with all the tenderness of a passive-aggressive relative, and somewhere in the distance you catch the muffled cries of gulls and maybe the distant melancholy sigh of a whale taking what sounds like the world's most depressed breath. Your entire universe has shrunk down to these simple, primal sensations, like meditation, except with significantly more risk of drowning. It's in moments like these that folklore really sinks its hooks into you, shaping not just what you see, but what you're absolutely convinced you're about to die from. And the Kraken, as it evolved from a simple island with indigestion into a proper monster, picked up a whole collection of ominous warning signs. Imagine you're out there, patiently waiting for something to bite your hook that isn't your own frozen fingers, when suddenly the water around you starts to darken. Not like a cloud passing over, more like the seabed itself has decided to rise up and say hello. Then, out of nowhere, you're surrounded by fish, not just a few fish. We're talking about schools so dense, they look like the ocean is literally boiling with marine life. Baitfish, normally about as cooperative as cats at bath time, are practically flinging themselves into your boat. These aren't just good fishing signs. These are what Norwegian fishermen learned to call fishing on the Kraken. There's something beautifully twisted about that phrase, isn't there? Fishing on the Kraken. It captures this perfect paradox of maritime life. You're having the catch of your lifetime, more fish than you've seen in months, possibly years, and yet there's this cold certainty creeping up your spine about why this is happening. The sheer abundance, the water bubbling like a massive underwater kettle, the sudden appearance of what look like shallows where your grandfather swore the bottom dropped away into nothingness. These were all interpreted as signs that something unimaginably huge was stirring down there, basically reorganizing the entire food chain from below. The phrase itself is like a job performance review from hell. Congratulations, you're having unprecedented success. Also, you're probably about to die. As your flickering lamp casts its nervous glow across the churning water, you might glimpse something that'll haunt your dreams for decades. What appear to be mast-high spikes, catching the moonlight like wet obsidian, slowly breaking the surface. Your brain, working overtime to process what it's seeing, might interpret these as the monster's tentacles, or perhaps massive horns, parting the sea with the casual authority of something that doesn't need to ask permission from physics. You feel it then, the slow, almost imperceptible rise and fall of something enormous beneath your tiny boat, like you're floating on the back of a sleeping continent. For a moment, silence descends so profound it feels like the entire ocean is holding its breath. Then comes the gentle swirl, the lazy beginning of a whirlpool that starts small but carries the unmistakable promise of something much, much larger. You watch this unfold, probably forgetting to breathe, as your survival instincts argue with your curiosity about whether this is fascinating or time to row very, very fast. It's such a weird psychological dance, this whole fishing on the Kraken situation. On one hand, a massive catch means money, food, not having to explain to your family why you came home empty-handed again. It's prosperity. It's relief. It's proof that maybe you don't completely suck at this whole fishing thing, but twisted up with that relief is this ice-cold dread, the growing certainty that you know exactly what's causing this sudden marine generosity. This internal tug-of-war between desperate need and existential terror. It's like winning the lottery and then realizing you bought the ticket from the Grim Reaper. The conflict itself becomes almost meditative, slowing your thoughts, softening the sharp edges of panic into something more like a very polite, very persistent anxiety. Now, with our modern understanding of how the ocean actually works, which, let's be honest, sometimes feels like magic anyway, we can point to some perfectly reasonable explanations for these folkloric warning signs. Those sudden massive schools of fish could be natural upwellings where deep, nutrient-rich water decides to visit the surface, basically turning the ocean into an all-you-can-eat buffet for everything with gills. The mysterious bubbling and churning that once meant monster rising from the deep might just be underwater gas releases, maybe volcanic activity, maybe gas pockets that have been hanging out on the seabed finally deciding to make their dramatic exit. These phenomena would absolutely be bewildering and terrifying if you encountered them without a marine biology degree and a rational explanation handy. Even mass fish behavior can make the water look like it's boiling without requiring any actual sea monsters. Nature, it turns out, is quite capable of being deeply weird all by itself. So let's take another slow, gentle breath together. Picture that single mast-high spike, slowly breaking through the surface of the black water, catching just a sliver of starlight like a wet knife blade. It's a perfect reminder of how humans, when faced with the utterly incomprehensible power of the natural world, don't just run screaming, though that's certainly an option. Instead, we name it. We tell stories about it. We try to understand it. And sometimes, in doing so, we create something even more powerful than the thing that scared us in the first place. At its core, the Kraken myth was humanity's way of dealing with the absolute worst part of maritime life, the complete and utter vanishing act. From its earliest days as a confused island to its later evolution as a tentacled nightmare, the Kraken served as a kind of psychological customer service department for oceanic trauma. Because when a ship just disappeared, no wreckage, no survivors, no dramatic final letters in bottles. That silence was infinitely more terrifying than any monster could ever be. The Kraken provided what every human brain desperately craves, an explanation, even a horrible one. Think about the sheer impossibility of staying alive at sea back then. Storms could materialize out of nowhere, turning your nice little fishing trip into a live-action disaster movie. Whales, basically underwater buses with attitude problems, could surface right beneath your hull and turn your boat into expensive firewood. Rogue currents, invisible and relentless, could drag you so far off course, you'd end up in a completely different ocean, wondering where you went wrong. Any of these could kill you and everyone you knew. But saying bad weather happened, or they got whale slapped, felt unsatisfying. It left too much to random chance. too much to the completely indifferent, chaotic whims of a universe that clearly didn't care about your mortgage payments. The Kraken gave these disappearances a face, a purpose, however monstrous. The Kraken took them, felt more complete than stuff happens, and then you die. Picture the communal ritual that developed around these stories. Those long conversations shared at port when the sun was coming up, and everyone was too tired to lie convincingly. The wind howling outside, ship timbers creaking like an old house settling. Another crew gone, someone would mutter over their breakfast. And then came the storytelling. Must have been the Kraken. You remember Eric's tale about the water boiling and those mast-high spikes? This shared mythology took all that nameless dread, that existential terror of the unknown, and transformed it into something the community could process together. It wasn't just a ship got lost. It was a battle was fought, a monster was encountered, or maybe a sacrifice was made to appease something ancient and hungry. This act of naming, even when the name was absolutely terrifying, brought a strange comfort. A named monster, however horrible, was somehow less frightening than the sheer indifferent void. It gave people something specific to fear, something to discuss, something to pass down to the next generation of people who'd be stupid enough to get in boats. If we look at the historical record, even well into the 18th century, we find this deep-seated belief embedded in everyday maritime culture. Eric Pontoppidan, that Danish bishop who basically turned folklore collection into an art form, gathered countless stories from fishermen for his Natural History of Norway. These weren't academic thought experiments. These were direct accounts from people who genuinely believed they'd encountered something colossal and deeply unhappy about sharing the ocean. Pontoppidan's work reads like a maritime trauma counselling session, full of entries recording sailors' fears and their absolutely unshakable belief in the monster. He presented these accounts not as creative writing exercises, but as genuine field reports from people whose lives depended on understanding what was out there trying to kill them. This transformation of chaos into narrative, this alchemy that turns the arbitrary into the intelligible, is one of mythology's most powerful functions. Being swallowed by an indifferent sea, just vanishing into nothingness like you never existed, is profoundly unsettling. But being consumed by the Kraken, that implies intention, malevolent will, a story with a beginning, middle, and admittedly unfortunate end. The Kraken, in a twisted way, was actually less frightening than the cold, unfeeling reality of the ocean's vast and fundamentally uncaring nature. It explained the inexplicable. It gave narrative structure to randomness. It allowed people to mourn a heroic struggle, instead of just shrugging and saying, well, the ocean ate them, I guess. This slow acceptance of a dreadful but comprehensible explanation somehow softened the psychological blow, feeding the human need for meaning, even when that meaning involved tentacles and doom. So let's take another gentle breath and let it out slowly. The Kraken myth, like the sea itself, runs deeper than you'd expect. It started as a practical attempt to explain the unexplainable, slowly evolving from, oops, that's not an island, into, oh no, that's definitely trying to kill us. But here's where things get interesting. There's this gradual shift from pure terror to something else. From focusing entirely on primal fear, humanity's natural curiosity started peeking through the panic. Slowly, science began offering its own alternatives, its own ways of understanding what was actually down there in the deep. This transition from fear to curiosity would eventually lead us to discover the real-life giants lurking in the abyss. Biological marvels that would inspire and in many ways replace the mythical Kraken. Now take another slow, soothing breath as we gently shift gears from the mythical to the tangible. And before you start worrying that I'm about to ruin all the magic with a bunch of boring facts, let me reassure you, science doesn't steal the poetry from these old tales. It's more like adding subtitles to a foreign film. You get to appreciate the original story while understanding what's actually happening. Science just offers us new labels, new ways of understanding that somehow make the whole thing even more incredible. So what real-life creatures might have inspired the Kraken? The most likely suspects, dear listener, are the giant squid, Architeuthis ducks, and its even more heavily built cousin, the colossal squid, Mesonychoteuthis hamiltoni. And these aren't just big fish stories that got out of hand. These are actual, living, breathing, biological marvels of the deep that make most horror movie monsters look like amateur hour. The giant squid can reach tentative sizes of up to 10 to 13 meters. That's roughly 34 to 43 feet if you're measuring total length, including those ridiculously long feeding tentacles. Now, the colossal squid doesn't usually get quite as long, but it makes up for it by being built like a linebacker who's been hitting the protein shakes way too hard. It's basically the ocean's version of you versus the guy she told you not to worry about. Except in this case, you should definitely worry. And their features? Well, they're basically designed by someone who really understood nightmare fuel. Both species possess arms and tentacles that would make a martial arts expert weep. The giant squid's tentacles are lined with suckers, each rimmed with serrated chitinous rings, essentially nature's version of barbed wire. The colossal squid looked at that design and said, "Hold my seawater," adding swiveling hooks embedded directly into the suckers. It's like if someone decided regular tentacles weren't quite grabby enough and needed some upgrades. We even have evidence of just how brutal these deep-sea encounters can get. Sperm whales, those other titans of the deep, often surface bearing large circular scars on their bodies, basically battle trophies from their encounters with these colossal cephalopods. There's an ancient, silent war playing out in the abyss, complete with its own version of war wounds, except nobody gets to retire to Florida afterward. It's really not hard to picture how glimpses of these creatures, or even just their remains, could absolutely ignite the human imagination. Think about giant squid carcasses washing ashore, which they do occasionally. Picture some poor fisherman or beachcomber just trying to have a nice walk along the shore, maybe collect some shells or whatever people did for entertainment before Netflix, and suddenly stumbling upon this titanic, gelatinous mass that looks like something from another planet. Maybe it's just a single, colossal arm, ripped and mangled by forces you can't even imagine, or a torn mantle. That's the main body of the squid, larger than any structure they'd ever seen built by human hands. These partial, often gruesome remains would have been more than enough to confirm every wild tale anyone had ever told. It's like finding evidence that supports your wildest conspiracy theory, except instead of feeling vindicated, you probably just felt like running very fast in the opposite direction. Even when people started getting more scientific about things, the sightings kept coming. Our friend Erik Pontoppidan, that methodical Danish bishop, played a crucial role in bridging the gap between "my uncle's drinking buddy saw something weird" and actual natural history documentation. His detailed descriptions in the 1753 Natural History of Norway didn't just record folklore for posterity. They tried to make sense of these accounts and categorize the Kraken as a real, if extraordinary, animal. He essentially took all these incredible stories from fishermen's tales and gave them academic credibility, even if his version of science was still heavily influenced by, well, this sounds plausible enough. So let's paint a picture together, without any fear of what one of these rare, unsettling discoveries might have looked like. Picture yourself standing on a cold, grey beach, where the waves sigh endlessly against the sand, like they're tired of their job but can't quit. The air is thick and damp, heavy with the scent of brine and something else. Something organic and primal that makes your brain go, that's not right. And there, tangled among the seaweed and driftwood like the world's most disturbing yard sale, lies a single arm. Not a human arm, obviously, but a massive limb, perhaps thicker around than your torso, tapering down to an end that's covered in suckers and hooks, like some kind of biological torture device. It shimmers faintly in the dull light, still glistening wet, looking both alien and uncomfortably real. And as your probably exhausted mind tries to process this sight, it starts doing what human minds do best, filling in the blanks. The size of the body this thing must have belonged to. The epic underwater battle it must have been part of. Suddenly, it's not just a weird piece of marine biology anymore. It's evidence of something vast and terrible lurking in places you'll never see. Here's the beautiful thing, though. Knowing more about these creatures, understanding the actual biology behind them, somehow doesn't make the ocean any less magnificent. It's like learning how a magic trick works and realizing it's actually more impressive than you thought. The sea isn't less beautiful because we can explain some of its mysteries. It becomes more profound because we realize that even its scientific realities are absolutely mind-blowing. The ocean still keeps its secrets, still inspires that mixture of awe and healthy terror that's kept humans fascinated for millennia, and it continues to give birth to new legends, like the one we're about to explore next. So there you have it, the Kraken, that magnificent tentacled nightmare that taught us the ocean's depths hold creatures far stranger than our ancestors could have imagined. But you know what's almost more unsettling than a monster that can swallow your ship whole? The idea that you might never find peace at all, that death itself might refuse to take you. Let's ease our way toward a different kind of maritime horror now, one that's less about teeth and tentacles, more about the crushing weight of eternity. Because the sea wasn't content with just having massive monsters lurking in the deep. It also needed a good dose of psychological torment. Welcome aboard the Flying Dutchman, where the real terror isn't drowning. It's never being allowed to stop sailing. Now we're shifting our focus from the crushing depths, where tentacled nightmares lurk, to the howling winds, around one very specific, very notorious piece of geography. Leave behind those slow, patient monsters of the abyss, and instead brace yourself against the fierce, relentless gales that whip around the southern tip of Africa like nature's own personal tantrum. We're setting up for a completely different kind of maritime legend here, one that's less about giant sea creatures and more about what happens when human stubbornness meets forces way beyond its pay grade. Meet the Flying Dutchman. The classic origin story of this spectral ship almost always revolves around one spectacularly pig-headed individual, Captain Hendrik van der Decken. Now, his name might get spelled differently depending on who's doing the telling and how much they've had to drink, but the core of his story stays pretty consistently terrifying. Picture this guy caught in the middle of a storm that would make a hurricane look like a gentle spring shower. His ship is getting tossed around like a toy in a washing machine, trying to round the Cape of Good Hope, which was basically the maritime equivalent of trying to thread a needle while riding a mechanical bull. The wind is absolutely screaming through the rigging, shredding sails, and waves are rising up like liquid skyscrapers, each one looking personally offended by the existence of his ship. His crew, understandably terrified and probably questioning their career choices, begs him to turn back, to wait out the storm like any sensible person would do. But Van der Decken? This guy apparently looked at common sense and said, "Nah, I'm good." He stands there at the helm, probably looking like he's having an argument with God himself, and swears an oath that would make a sailor blush. He would round this cape, though it take me until doomsday. This wasn't just trash talk. This was full-blown blasphemy, delivered at maximum volume during what was essentially nature's worst mood swing. And it was this single moment of spectacular pride that earned him a one-way ticket to maritime purgatory. The Cape itself, cheerfully known back then as the Cape of Storms, was genuinely a sailor's worst nightmare come to life. This reputation wasn't some marketing gimmick. The place earned it the hard way. Picture this. You've got the cold Benguela current from the Atlantic Ocean having a head-on collision with the warm Agulhas current from the Indian Ocean, creating conditions that are basically oceanic chaos theory in action. Throw in some consistently strong westerly winds and swells that can reach truly biblical proportions, and you've got yourself a perfect recipe for turning expensive ships into expensive driftwood. Storms could materialize out of nowhere, like pop-up ads from hell, capable of flipping even the biggest vessels faster than you could say, "Maybe we should have stayed home." For centuries, Successfully rounding the Cape was basically the ultimate test of whether you actually knew what you were doing as a sailor, and the failure rate was, shall we say, discouraging. It was the perfect breeding ground for stories that tried to make sense of all those losses, to impose some kind of moral framework on what was basically just very aggressive geography. These weren't just cautionary tales about checking the weather report. They were narratives that reinforced the idea that when you get too cocky with forces way bigger than you, those forces tend to take it personally. Let yourself drift into that scene for a moment. Feel the ship bucking and pitching beneath you like it's actively trying to throw you off. The deck is slick and treacherous under your feet, and you're probably holding on to whatever you can find just to stay upright. The air is thick with salt spray, and the deafening roar of wind that sounds like the world's angriest freight train. Above you, the wind shrieks through the rigging with the kind of sound that makes you think maybe someone up there is seriously displeased with the whole situation. You hear the captain's voice cutting through the chaos, raw, strained, but stubborn as a mule with a law degree, barking orders and then delivering that final, catastrophically defiant oath. It's the kind of declaration that makes even the storm pause for a second, like, did this guy just say what I think he said? Even the gulls seem to scatter, their cries swallowed by the sheer audacity of what just happened, as if they're thinking, well, that's not going to end well. This legend works as a perfect example of maritime moral education, which is a fancy way of saying stories designed to scare sailors into not being complete idiots. It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of blasphemy, about what happens when pride gets too big for its britches, and about the fundamental rule that when you're dealing with forces that could squash you like a bug, maybe don't challenge them to a fight. It speaks to the moral ecosystem of life at sea, where respecting the elements wasn't just good manners. It was basic survival protocol. You didn't taunt fate, especially not at the Cape of Storms. You definitely didn't make the kind of oath that essentially amounted to, "Come at me, bro," directed at the universe itself. And with that monumentally ill-advised oath hanging in the air like the world's worst final words, the fate of Captain Van der Decken and his crew was sealed tighter than a pickle jar. They were condemned to sail forever, never to see port again, doomed to spend eternity trying to round that same treacherous cape in an endless loop of nautical Groundhog Day. And sometimes, even now, on the darkest, stormiest nights, sailors report glimpsing a ship glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light, silently cutting through the waves like a maritime ghost story come to life. It's a sight that still makes experienced sailors reach for whatever passes for comfort, a glowing reminder that some oaths carry consequences that last way longer than anyone bargained for. Now settle in and let that image of the cursed captain drift away like sea foam on the gentle tides of your mind. We're shifting gears from the absolute chaos of that storm to something arguably more unsettling, the kind of deep ocean quiet that makes you wonder if the world has just stopped working. Picture yourself out there on the water. The sea around you is this vast, inky canvas that stretches out in glassy swells, like someone took a massive sheet of black silk and gave it the gentlest shake. You hear the rhythmic creak of timbers, that steady, hypnotic heartbeat that's probably the closest thing to a lullaby you're going to get when you're floating on several thousand feet of very dark water. And then, way out there in the impossible distance, you see it. A glow. Like an orange star, maybe, except stars generally have the courtesy to stay put. This one's moving. Slowly, deliberately, exactly where no light has any business being. The traditional descriptions of the Flying Dutchman's appearance have this wonderful consistency, like everyone who ever claimed to see it was working from the same extremely unsettling manual. You'd spot a ship whose sails, despite being tattered and worn like they'd been through a blender, are somehow miraculously full, even when there's not so much as a whisper of wind. Picture that for a moment, canvas billowing out as if it's caught in a powerful gale, while your own ship's flag is hanging there like a wet dish rag. Sometimes the whole thing emits this dull, phosphorescent glow, like it's been dipped in glow-in-the-dark paint. Or maybe a strange, angry red light that looks like the world's most ominous emergency flare. And on deck, well, That's where things get properly creepy. Skeletal figures, or ghostly outlines of what used to be a crew, sometimes beckoning you closer with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you think absolutely not, or trying to pass you messages, letters from the dead apparently, because even in the afterlife, people still haven't figured out email. One of the most historically solid sightings comes from, of all places, the British Royal Navy, which you'd think would have better things to do than document ghost ships. On July 11th, 1881, off the coast of Australia, aboard the HMS Bacchante, a midshipman spotted something that probably wasn't in any of his training manuals. And this wasn't just any midshipman. This was the future King George V, then Prince George of Wales, which means we have royal documentation of a ghost ship sighting. His personal log reads like something out of a maritime horror novel. At 4 a.m., the Flying Dutchman crossed our bows. A strange red light, as of a phantom ship all aglow, in the midst of which light the masts, spars and sails of a brig 200 yards ahead of us, stood out in strong relief as she came up on the port bow. That's the kind of calm, methodical description that makes it even more chilling. No hysteria, just, oh yes, saw a ghost ship this morning, noted for the record. But here's where the story gets properly dark. The sailor who first spotted the phantom, ordinary seaman B.F. Warne, fell from the fore topmast to his death just 7 hours later. Coincidence? Maybe. But for everyone on board, it basically confirmed every superstition they'd ever heard about seeing the Dutchman being a harbinger of doom. Let your breathing slow down and match the gentle rhythm of those imaginary waves. That creak you're hearing isn't your house settling. It's the ghost of ship timbers from centuries past, complaining about their eternal voyage. Feel the cold of a phantom rail under your hands, the imaginary spray on your face, as you stare out at that impossible glow drifting across the water. This whole spectacle, a ship moving slowly and silently, completely ignoring basic maritime physics, was profoundly disturbing to sailors who understood how ships were supposed to work. It violated every rule of their world. Ships were supposed to be at the mercy of wind and current, not gliding around like they had their own personal propulsion system. A vessel that moved of its own accord, wrapped in eerie light, was basically a middle finger to everything they thought they knew about how the ocean worked. It wasn't just supernatural, it was rude. And what did spotting the Dutchman mean to these crews and captains? People already living lives that made extreme sports look like a relaxing hobby. It meant you were probably having a very bad day that was about to get worse. It meant misfortune, bad luck, possibly death, and definitely the kind of story you'd be telling in taverns for the rest of your hopefully long life. It was a floating reminder that there were forces at sea way beyond their understanding, powers that could make their best navigation skills and seamanship look like a child playing with toy boats in a bathtub. Seeing it was like getting a very polite but very clear message that the ocean always, eventually, collects what it's owed. This sense of impending doom would settle over the crew like fog, a quiet certainty that something was about to go very wrong indeed. And in that hush, pregnant with dread, the spectral glow would glide silently past, leaving nothing but questions and the uncomfortable feeling that they'd just witnessed something that shouldn't exist. Now let's dig into the human side of this whole Flying Dutchman business, because that's where things get really interesting. You see, spotting the ghost ship wasn't just another weird thing that happened at sea, like seeing a particularly ambitious seagull or finding out your ship's cook has been using seawater in the coffee again. A sighting was an omen, a cosmic heads-up that roughly translated to, buckle up, things are about to get very unpleasant very quickly. The fascinating thing is, most sailors didn't actually believe the Dutchman caused the misfortune. It was more like a really depressing weather forecast. The ship's appearance was just advance notice that fate had already decided to mess with you. But here's the kicker. This belief had very real consequences because it completely changed how people behaved. Picture yourself as part of a crew that's just witnessed a silent, glowing ship drift past like the world's most ominous parade float. The psychological fallout could be absolutely devastating. Maritime history is full of accounts describing how a Flying Dutchman sighting could cause entire crews to basically have a collective emotional breakdown. Why bother trying to complete the voyage, sailors would reason, when the universe has just sent you a very clear, "you're doomed" notification? Desertion became a terrifyingly real possibility, even under the kind of naval discipline that made boot camp look like a spa retreat. These were already deeply superstitious people, living in a world where every day could be their last. And now every creak of the ship, every shift in the wind, every unexpected wave became a sign that the disasters predicted by the phantom vessel were starting to unfold. Their belief essentially created a self-fulfilling prophecy of fear, systematically destroying the discipline and hope that were pretty much the only things keeping them functional in the middle of nowhere. Let's take another gentle look at that HMS Bacante situation, because it's a perfect example of how this psychological terror played out even in supposedly enlightened times. Picture the scene. It's 1881. You're on what's meant to be a modern, scientific Royal Navy vessel, the kind of ship where people probably felt pretty smug about being so much more advanced than those superstitious sailors of the past. Yet when the future King George V documents seeing a phantom ship all aglow, nobody just shrugs it off as a weird optical illusion and gets back to their duties. There's this palpable sense of unease, this feeling that something genuinely uncanny has just wandered into their neat, orderly world. And when ordinary Seaman Warne takes his fatal fall just hours later, it doesn't matter one bit whether it was a simple accident, a moment of inattention, or just bad luck. For everyone on board, the connection is immediate and absolutely terrifying. The timing is too perfect, too ominous to be mere coincidence. The documented sighting, followed by an actual death, basically turns the Dutchman's reputation as a harbinger of doom from folklore into what feels like verified fact. From a psychological perspective, this legend works brilliantly as a cautionary tale about what happens when human pride gets too big for its britches, specifically the kind of arrogant pride that led Captain Van der Decken to make his spectacularly ill-advised oath in the first place. It's a reminder that no matter how tough, skilled, or confident you think you are, you're still basically a tiny speck floating on an ocean that could swallow you without even noticing. The myth also functions as a cultural coping mechanism, a narrative framework that helps people make sense of bad luck, inexplicable accidents, and the ocean's general tendency to be completely indifferent to human survival. It gives a name and a story to the arbitrary, chaotic nature of life at sea, making the random feel slightly less random and a bit more manageable, even if that management comes with a heavy dose of existential dread. This slow, thoughtful unpacking of fear allows us to understand not just the external horror of the legend, but the very human need to find patterns and meaning in an often meaningless world. We can approach this tale as a deeply human parable rather than a finger-wagging moral lecture. It's not really about one cursed captain. It's about all of us and our eternal struggle against the unknown, against the consequences of our own pride and the limits of our control. It's about that very human tendency to believe that there must be a pattern, a reason, some kind of cosmic logic at work, even if that logic involves a ghostly ship condemned to sail until the end of time. But here's a thought that might help you sleep a little easier tonight. What if none of this was actually supernatural? What if these eerie sightings, these glowing ships moving in impossible ways, were just tricks? Elaborate, convincing tricks played by light and air on tired eyes and anxious minds that were already primed to see something terrifying. Next, we'll gently explore some of the more scientific, perfectly rational explanations for the spectral appearances of the Flying Dutchman. So let that comforting possibility settle into your mind now as we prepare to peek behind the curtain of maritime physics and discover how nature creates its own ghost stories. So let's approach this scientific exploration with a comforting thought. Understanding how a magic trick works doesn't necessarily ruin the magic, does it? Sometimes knowing the mechanics just reveals a different kind of wonder, like using a soft lamp to carefully illuminate the intricate details of a beautiful painting you've been admiring in the dark. Science isn't here to play spoiler to the Flying Dutchman's mystique. It's here to offer a different flavour of amazement, one that happens to involve some pretty spectacular atmospheric shenanigans. So how exactly does a perfectly ordinary cargo ship transform into a ghostly apparition that looks like it's sailing through the sky or hovering above the waves like it's forgotten how gravity works? The most compelling explanation lies in something called Fata Morgana, which sounds like an exotic cocktail, but is actually a superior mirage. Basically, nature's version of a funhouse mirror, except the funhouse is the entire atmosphere. This optical illusion happens when you get a very specific atmospheric condition called a temperature inversion, where a layer of warm air sits on top of a layer of much colder air near the surface. This setup acts like a giant, invisible lens that bends light rays in ways they're not supposed to bend, making distant objects, often things that should be completely below the horizon, appear distorted, elongated, doubled, inverted, or even floating in mid-air like they're auditioning for a magic show. Picture a ship sailing hundreds of miles away, so far off it should be completely invisible to you. A Fata Morgana can grab that ship's image, stretch it like taffy, and project it upward, making it appear to hover in the air or seem much closer and larger than it actually is. To an exhausted, superstitious sailor whose understanding of optics probably didn't extend much beyond things far away look small, an ordinary vessel seen through this atmospheric carnival mirror could easily become a ghostly ship sailing on clouds, complete with impossibly elongated rigging, or an upside-down hull that defies every law of shipbuilding. And what about that signature eerie glow, that phosphorescent light, or strange red aura that makes the Flying Dutchman look like it's been dipped in supernatural highlighter? For this, we need to talk about St. Elmo's fire, which despite its name has absolutely nothing to do with either saints or actual fire. It's a weather phenomenon where you get a continuous, luminous plasma discharge created by an atmospheric electric field, basically nature's version of a neon sign, except instead of advertising pizza, it's advertising, hey, there's a lot of electrical charge in the air right now. During highly charged atmospheric conditions, the kind you might get before or during a severe thunderstorm, tall, pointy objects like ship masts, yard arms, and even sword tips can accumulate serious electrical charge. When this charge gets released, it shows up as a ghostly, usually silent, blue or greenish glow that's been described as looking like brush strokes of light or flickering flames that somehow forgot to bring any heat. If you're on a ship and you see this eerie glow emanating from your rigging, it would be incredibly easy to mistake it for burning sails, ghostly lanterns, or the cursed soul of the ship itself radiating its unholy energy like some kind of maritime mood ring. Now, let's calmly combine these two phenomena into what I like to think of as nature's perfect storm of spookiness. Picture a real ship caught way out at sea, maybe shrouded in fog or just barely over the horizon where it shouldn't be visible. You've got a temperature inversion happening, creating a Fata Morgana that's warping the ship's silhouette, making it appear impossibly close, strangely stretched out, or hovering above the water like it's got some serious anti-gravity technology. At the same time, atmospheric conditions are just right for St. Elmo's fire, causing the actual ship's masts and rigging to glow with that otherworldly blue or green light. To an observer who's already stressed, probably sleep-deprived, and whose head is full of centuries of ghost ship folklore, this perfectly natural combination would seamlessly create the image of the Flying Dutchman, a phantom vessel, glowing with supernatural light, sailing in places it has no business being, apparently immune to the laws of physics that govern everyone else's maritime experience. Let's let that image settle gently, without any anxiety. Instead of picturing yourself on a storm-tossed ship trying not to panic, imagine watching this whole spectacle from the warm, safe comfort of wherever you are right now. Picture yourself observing a real mirage playing out over a distant, perfectly calm sea. The light of a setting sun is dancing on the water, turning it into something that looks like liquid velvet. And way off in the distance, an ordinary container ship is momentarily transformed into this towering, impossible vessel that appears to be hovering just above the horizon like it's showing off. Or maybe, on a still, dark night, you see the faintest, most ethereal glow emanating from the top of a distant radio tower. There's something quietly beautiful about understanding these illusions. A new kind of appreciation for just how creative and spectacular the physics of our world can be when it really puts its mind to it. So now that we've gently demystified some of the supernatural glow surrounding the Dutchman's ghostly appearances, we can see that what terrified ancient mariners was essentially nature, putting on an elaborate light show with some very sophisticated special effects. But here's the thing. The story itself, the actual tale of the Flying Dutchman, has a life that goes way beyond any scientific explanation. This cursed ship, born from one captain's spectacularly poor decision-making and sustained by some very convincing optical illusions, has sailed far beyond the Cape of Storms and carved out a permanent place in human culture. From grand operas where people sing dramatically about eternal damnation to blockbuster movies where the ship gets a major CGI makeover, the Flying Dutchman has discovered new ways to capture our imagination and apparently refuses to stay retired. Let's take a moment for a brief cultural tour, because the Flying Dutchman had serious career ambitions. This legend didn't just stay confined to crusty sailors sharing stories around a flickering lantern while someone played a sad accordion in the background. Oh no. This tale had big dreams. It sailed straight from the realm of, did you hear what happened to old Pete? Seafarers' gossip, the kind of whispered warnings that spread faster than news about free rum, right into the fancy, chandelier-lit world of high art, and then, inevitably, into the mass-market, popcorn-crunching universe of popular entertainment. It's basically the ultimate success story of maritime folklore making it in show business. One of the most significant career moves came courtesy of Richard Wagner, who took the story and gave it a complete makeover in his opera, Der Fliegende Hollander, The Flying Dutchman, which premiered in 1843. Now, Wagner kept all the good stuff about the cursed captain being condemned to sail around until doomsday, like he's stuck in the world's worst commute. But he added something revolutionary, the possibility that this whole mess could actually have a happy ending. In Wagner's version, the Dutchman can only be freed from his eternal maritime nightmare by the unwavering faithful love of a woman. Enter Senta, the heroine, who basically looks at this situation and goes, "Hold my beer, I've got this," sacrificing herself to break the curse. Wagner transformed the tale from a grim, "this is what happens when you mouth off to the universe," cautionary fable, into a sweeping redemptive love story, complete with dramatic choruses and soaring arias about eternal longing that probably made audiences weep into their opera gloves. It gave the Dutchman's suffering a purpose beyond just cosmic punishment. Suddenly, there was hope, romance, and the possibility that love really could conquer all, even supernatural maritime curses. Then, fast forward to the 21st century, and you'll find the Flying Dutchman has gotten a major Hollywood makeover that would make any ghost ship jealous. Consider the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, where the cursed ship doesn't just show up, it absolutely steals the show, captained by the unforgettable Davy Jones, whose physical appearance suggests what might happen if you crossed a sea captain with a very unhappy octopus and gave the result some serious emotional baggage. The filmmakers basically took the core concept of cursed ship with eternally miserable crew and threw it into a blender with cutting-edge special effects, stylized visuals, and enough backstory to fill a therapy session. Davy Jones's fate, bound to the sea and slowly transforming into a monstrous cephalopod human hybrid who looks like he'd be really uncomfortable at parties, is a direct descendant of the Dutchman's eternal wandering and his complete inability to ever call in sick or take a vacation day. But here's the twist. Instead of the curse being driven by blasphemy or defying God, it's all about a broken heart. Because apparently, even in supernatural maritime punishment, relationship drama is the real villain. It's genuinely remarkable how this particular myth keeps chugging along through the centuries, like the world's most persistent ghost story. Take a moment to think about why this tale continues to hit us right in the feelings, generation after generation. It taps into some pretty universal human experiences that are as relevant now as they were centuries ago. The terrifying idea of being trapped in an endless cycle, the crushing weight of guilt that follows you around like a really persistent shadow, and the ocean itself serving as this vast, completely indifferent stage where all our moral dramas play out while the universe just keeps doing its thing. It speaks to that deep-seated fear we all have of consequences that stretch way beyond our lifetimes, of being stuck in a situation with no exit strategy, and yet it also offers that faint but persistent glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, forgiveness or redemption is still possible. These themes swirl around us like currents, then as now, carried on the gentle rhythm of our deepest thoughts and anxieties. Go ahead and take a slow, deep breath, letting any lingering worries about eternal curses or endless voyages just drift away like sea foam. So we've sailed with a captain condemned to roam forever, witnessed by princes and common sailors alike, his ghost ship flickering between reality and optical illusion. The Flying Dutchman became the ultimate cautionary tale. Be careful what you swear to the sea, because she's listening, and she has a cruel sense of humour about keeping promises. But let's bring things a bit closer to home now, or at least closer to home for anyone near the Northumberland Strait. Because while the Kraken and the Dutchman have that legendary could-be-anywhere quality, our next phantom has a very specific address, and it's been showing up at that same location for well over a century. Time to meet the most punctual ghost ship in maritime history. Now let your mind gently drift away from all that dramatic Cape of Good Hope business and the whole opera and movies career trajectory, and instead settle into a somewhat chillier, more intimate setting. We're heading north to the Northumberland Strait, that stretch of water tucked between Prince Edward Island and mainland Canada like nature's own private channel. Picture those long, wind-swept nights, especially when summer's given up and gone home, leaving behind clear, icy horizons that stretch out under skies absolutely packed with more stars than seems reasonable. The air up here has that crisp, biting quality that makes you pull your coat tighter and appreciate central heating, carrying the deep, clean scent of northern waters. A place that's stunningly beautiful and also profoundly isolated, the kind of spot where you'd expect something mysterious to happen, just because it feels like the perfect setting for it. The historical record for this particular ghost ship isn't quite as elaborate as our friend the Flying Dutchman's extensive resume, but it's got something arguably more impressive: remarkable consistency. The first recorded local sighting goes back to around 1786, which makes it roughly contemporary with the American Revolution, just to give you some historical context. Picture the scene. You've got a fierce storm absolutely hammering the coast, the kind of weather that makes you grateful for solid walls and a good roof, where the rain's coming down sideways and the wind's howling like it's personally offended by the existence of human civilization. Through this meteorological tantrum, someone spots a ship that appears to be in serious trouble, heading straight for some particularly unfriendly-looking rocks. You're probably bracing yourself for the inevitable sound of splintering timber and the kind of maritime disaster that ruins everyone's day. But just as you're expecting the worst, the vessel does something completely impossible. It veers sharply away from certain destruction and then simply vanishes, like it just remembered it had somewhere else to be. No wreckage, no debris, no evidence it was ever there in the first place. That original sighting, that first completely baffling disappearing act, started a local tradition that's been going strong for over 2 centuries. The ship itself, according to the accumulated wisdom of local folklore, is almost always described as an old-fashioned schooner. It's typically anonymous, flying no identifying flags or sporting any recognizable markings, which just adds to the whole mysterious vibe. And here's where this ghost ship really distinguishes itself from the competition. It's not just faintly glowing or mysteriously translucent. No, this thing is absolutely blazing. We're talking about a vessel completely engulfed in vibrant, brilliant orange flames, like someone decided to turn a perfectly good sailing ship into the world's most dramatic bonfire. Yet here's the really weird part. Despite being a literal floating inferno, it's eerily silent. There's no crackling of burning wood, no panicked shouts from a doomed crew, no hiss of steam as water meets fire. It just burns, majestically and quietly, never actually being consumed by the flames that seem to be claiming every inch of its hull. It's become this persistent regional legend, like the area's most reliable piece of supernatural entertainment, showing up again and again across the centuries and carving out a permanent place in the local collective memory. Let's take a moment for some gentle sensory immersion, shall we? Picture yourself breathing in that cold sea air, clean and sharp against your face, with that particular bite that northern waters have. You can almost sense the phantom warmth of that distant burning ship cutting through the night air, except there's no actual heat reaching you, no real crackle of flames disturbing the peaceful quiet. Instead, there's just this breathless hush on shore, entire communities standing in shared silence as they watch this impossible spectacle unfold before them. A mixture of awe and just enough fear to make it interesting. From your current warm, safe position, you're just experiencing this as a story, maintaining a comfortable distance from what must have been the genuinely unsettling reality of actually witnessing such a sight. This burning schooner isn't a one-time performer. It's got serious commitment to its craft. Witnesses consistently describe what amounts to a repeated dramatic performance. The ship appears, fully ablaze and apparently in distress, which naturally causes well-meaning shore crews to launch frantic rescue attempts, only to watch in bewilderment as their target suddenly pulls a disappearing act that would make a professional magician jealous. It's like watching the same play over and over again, except the ending always involves the main character just vanishing into thin air. This repeated, almost theatrical performance is what gives the legend its staying power, and it's exactly what we'll gently explore next, because apparently even ghost ships have their signature routines. So let's dive into the consistent choreography of this fiery phantom, because apparently even supernatural maritime disasters follow a script. If you were standing on the shores of the Northumberland Strait, maybe at dusk when the light's getting all moody and atmospheric, or on one of those ridiculously clear cold nights where you can see every star like someone just upgraded the sky's resolution, you might spot it. A graceful, old-fashioned vessel would appear, usually a schooner because ghost ships apparently have excellent taste in classic sailing designs, moving silently across the water like it's auditioning for a maritime ballet. Then, at some point that varies depending on the ghost ship's mood, it would erupt. Not with some dramatic explosion that would make Michael Bay proud, but with brilliant, blazing orange flames that consume the entire vessel like someone doused it in supernatural lighter fluid. Picture it, a literal wall of fire, vibrant and impossible, standing out against either the darkening sky or the inky blackness of night like the world's most ominous campfire. Often, witnesses describe seeing silhouetted figures, indistinct but unmistakably human, running around on deck, which adds this deeply unsettling layer of implied tragedy to what's already a pretty disturbing light show. And here's the detail that really sets this ghost ship apart and tends to make people's skin crawl. The entire event is completely silent. Not a sound of crackling wood, not a cry for help, not even the whisper of wind through blazing sails. It's like someone hit the mute button on a disaster movie, and naturally, it's always perfectly visible from shore, as if it's deliberately putting on a show for anyone unlucky enough to be watching. Let's take a moment for some gentler sensory immersion, because all this talk of burning ships needs a palate cleanser. Feel that imagined cold sea breeze on your cheek, clean, bracing, maybe carrying just a hint of pine scent from the mainland trees that are smart enough to stay on dry land. And there, on that distant horizon, you see this warm, impossible glow. It's like spotting a cozy hearth fire through a window on a winter night, except this particular hearth happens to be floating in the middle of nowhere, blazing away on dark water where no fire should logically exist. It's simultaneously comforting, because fire means warmth and human presence, and deeply unsettling, because it's absolutely not where it belongs. Let your breathing slow and settle into a gentle rhythm as you contemplate this strange, distant light that shouldn't be there, but somehow is. Countless local stories have cemented this pattern into the regional consciousness like supernatural folklore concrete. There are generations worth of tales about families gathering to watch the blazing schooner with the kind of horrified fascination usually reserved for reality TV. One particularly common thread involves shore crews, or sometimes just local fishermen with more courage than sense, bravely launching their boats to attempt a rescue because that's what decent people do when they see others in distress at sea. Driven by compassion and that deeply human instinct to help, they'd row or sail frantically toward the fiery spectacle, probably muttering prayers and hoping their small boats wouldn't become part of the supernatural show. But here's where the story always takes the same maddening turn. Just as they'd get close, right when they thought they might actually reach the burning vessel and maybe save whoever was running around on that blazing deck, the ship would simply vanish. Poof. Gone. Like someone had been playing with a cosmic light switch. Nothing left but cold, dark water and a bunch of very confused rescuers wondering if they'd just imagined the whole thing. It's that profound, unnatural silence that really gets under people's skin, isn't it? Fire, in every human experience, is fundamentally a noisy phenomenon. It crackles and pops and roars and hisses, and generally makes its presence known through sound as much as sight. Real fire has attitude. It spits, it snaps, it devours everything around it with an audible fury that matches its visual drama. But this phantom fire, it completely ignores the basic rules of combustion etiquette. It just burns away, magnificent and terrifying, without making so much as a whisper. This silence, this complete absence of the sounds we instinctively expect from fire, creates this eerie contrast that's both deeply unsettling and, perversely, almost soothing in its stillness. It's like nature's own white noise machine, except instead of gentle rain or ocean waves, you get the visual of a ship burning in complete silence, which probably isn't what most people would consider relaxing, but somehow works perfectly for our purposes. So as this silent, blazing schooner performs its regular disappearing act, it leaves behind more than just confused witnesses and an empty patch of ocean. It creates this recurring image of urgent, well-intentioned human effort running headlong into the impossible. Picture those small rescue boats, their oars cutting rhythmically through the dark water, the shouts of their crews swallowed by the vast indifference of the strait, pushing desperately toward a phantom that will always, inevitably, slip away just as they think they might finally reach it. This whole scene of valiant but doomed rescue attempts, with its reliable pattern of hope followed by baffled disappointment, is exactly what we'll gently replay and examine next. Because apparently, even ghostly maritime disasters have their own version of Groundhog Day. Let's run through that scene one more time, with the kind of slow, deliberate pacing it deserves. Like we're watching a really well-directed movie where every shot matters. The classic climax of the burning schooner story follows the same script every time. Shore parties, driven by that absolutely unshakable human impulse to help people who appear to be having a very bad day, launch their small boats into the night. Picture the scene. There's this hopeful anticipation mixed with adrenaline as these brave souls grab their oars and start rowing like their lives depend on it, toward what looks like a vessel having the worst possible kind of emergency. You can almost hear the rhythmic thud of oars against rowlocks cutting through the darkness. That steady percussion of people pushing themselves toward what they believe is a rescue mission. The ship ahead appears to be burning with the intensity of a Viking funeral. This brilliant beacon of orange and red flames against the dark water that should, by all rights, be visible from space. But here's where things get properly weird. Even as they row closer, pulling hard enough to feel it in their shoulders the next day, There's always that deeply unsettling detail that no amount of physical exertion can explain away. No smoke. No sound. This isn't the kind of fire that crackles and spits and generally makes itself known through your ears as much as your eyes. It's just this silent, consuming light, like someone turned a ship into the world's most ominous nightlight. And then, just as they get close enough to maybe start making out details of the hull, close enough that they should be able to feel some heat from what looks like a massive bonfire, the ship simply fades away. Not slowly, not dramatically, it just stops being there. The flames don't diminish or flicker out, they vanish, taking the entire vessel with them, like someone hit an off switch. Poof. Clean as a whistle. Nothing left but the sound of very confused people breathing hard and the splash of oars in suddenly empty water. This is the human drama at the heart of the legend, and it's important to tell it without making anyone's heart rate spike. Picture the hopeful, determined rowing, that surge of adrenaline you get when you think you might actually be able to help someone in serious trouble. These rescuers have their eyes locked on that impossible inferno, probably muttering prayers or at least some very creative vocabulary as they push their boats toward what looks like a maritime disaster in progress. Then, just when their straining muscles start to think all this effort might actually accomplish something, there's this collective gasp that you can probably hear across the water. The flames don't gradually fade, like a normal fire running out of fuel. They just switch off like someone pulled the plug on a cosmic Christmas tree. The ship, which moments before had been so vivid and real in its apparent distress, simply winks out of existence like it was never there in the first place. It's this moment of profound anticlimax that leaves nothing but bewildered faces staring at empty water, their good intentions and aching arms suddenly rendered completely pointless. Let your own breathing settle now into a gentle rhythm, like you're rocking in one of those imaginary boats that's just lost its entire reason for being out there. And here's what really cranks up the mystery level and sets this whole thing apart from a simple case of mistaken identity. What consistently, stubbornly, doesn't show up afterward. In the days following these dramatic rescue attempts, despite searches that would make a detective proud, there's never any wreckage. Not a single charred timber washing up on shore. No splintered masts, no pieces of scorched canvas. No evidence whatsoever that a ship had just been completely consumed by what looked like enough fire to roast a small village. And certainly no survivors swimming around wondering what happened to their boat. The burning ship is apparently the tidiest ghost in maritime history, leaving absolutely zero physical evidence of its fiery visit. This complete absence of debris, this total lack of anything concrete that would prove a ship had actually been there burning like a beacon, just deepened the whole enigma and cemented its place in local folklore like supernatural concrete. Now, stepping back into calm, rational territory for a moment, we can offer some scientific perspective that doesn't require any supernatural intervention. Much like our friend the Flying Dutchman, these vanishing acts and fiery appearances could very well be explained by optical mirages working in tandem with atmospheric conditions or electrical phenomena. Basically nature's version of really convincing special effects. The kind of atmospheric tricks that can make things appear where they shouldn't be, or make solid objects disappear when you'd swear they were right there a second ago. We'll dig into those perfectly reasonable explanations for these fiery apparitions in more detail shortly. But for now, it's worth acknowledging the deep, almost affectionate relationship this particular story has developed with the region. Locals don't just tell the story of the burning schooner like it's ancient history. They live with it, accept it as part of their cultural DNA, the way some places have local sports teams or regional food specialties. And in a lot of ways, the whole phenomenon became this communal ritual that brought people together in the most endearing way. Picture families and neighbours gathering on clear nights, everyone knowing the legend, maybe half hoping and half dreading the chance to catch a glimpse of their local ghost ship. It became this shared experience, a story told not just in words around dinner tables, but through the collective act of standing together and gazing out across dark water, waiting for something impossible to happen. It's the kind of legend that creates community, a shared mystery, that becomes almost like a local holiday where the main event might or might not show up, but the gathering itself becomes the point. So let's think about this communal desire for mystery, for a story that belongs specifically to your corner of the world, even if that story involves impossible things. There's something deeply human about wanting to believe in something that can't be easily explained, especially when it becomes a reason for people to come together and share the experience. Picture this whole ritual: the eager launch of boats full of well-meaning rescuers, the futile but determined chase across dark water, the inevitable disappointment mixed with just enough awe to keep the story alive for another generation. Next, we'll step back from all this dramatic phantom ship business and consider some less magical but equally fascinating reasons why these spectacular maritime light shows keep happening in the first place. Now here's where the story of the burning schooner takes a fascinating turn that might surprise you. Somewhere along the way, this thing shifted from being a source of pure, pants-wetting terror to becoming something much more comfortable, a treasured piece of local identity. This isn't just some scary campfire story that makes kids check under their beds anymore. It's evolved into what you might call a beloved cultural asset. The Northumberland Strait ghost ship has basically become the region's own personal X-Files episode, a spooky bucket list sighting for islanders and tourists who apparently think mysterious burning ship that defies physics sounds like a fun way to spend an evening. It's become this touchstone in local storytelling that gets passed down with genuine pride. Like a family recipe, except instead of cookies, it's supernatural maritime drama. Picture it. Instead of people dreading the appearance of this fiery phantom, you've got families gathering on the shore, sometimes armed with cameras and thermoses of hot coffee, genuinely hoping to catch a glimpse of their very own, very reliable neighborhood ghost ship. It's like having a local celebrity. Except this one happens to be a burning vessel that may or may not actually exist. The psychological transformation here is actually quite fascinating when you think about it. You've got this perfect storm of primal human terrors, uncontrolled fire at sea, which was basically every sailor's worst nightmare rolled into one horrifying package, combined with the unexpected comfort that comes from collective storytelling. When an entire community is witnessing the same impossible thing, it somehow normalizes the supernatural weirdness. Instead of isolated incidents that make you question your sanity or your sobriety, it becomes this shared experience, almost like a communal hallucination that everyone can discuss, analyze, and pass on to the next generation without anyone calling for a psychiatric evaluation. It creates this peculiar blend of fear and familiarity, where the initial terror gets balanced by the comfort of knowing you're not the only one seeing impossible things. This whole process of repeated community sightings and retellings takes something genuinely baffling and gradually transforms it into a predictable pattern, as reliable as the changing seasons or the daily tides. And in our modern era, this ghost ship has successfully graduated from simple folklore into the realm of legitimate local pride and tourist attraction. You'll find references to the burning schooner showing up in local festivals, complete with themed events, ghost ship tours, and probably some very creative reenactments that hopefully don't involve anyone actually setting boats on fire. It pops up regularly in tourism campaigns, with taglines like, "Come witness the mystery of the Northumberland Strait," because apparently, "Come see our inexplicable burning ship" is considered effective marketing. There are entire oral history projects dedicated to collecting and preserving eyewitness accounts, ensuring that these stories continue to evolve and grow with each generation, like some kind of supernatural telephone game. This legend has genuinely fostered a unique community identity, giving residents this shared sense of mystery and a common cultural reference point that sets them apart from everywhere else. It's their ghost ship, their personal piece of the inexplicable, that binds them together like a really unusual civic organization. There's something beautifully ironic about the burning schooner's evolution. What started as a source of genuine terror, a burning ship that might mean someone needs rescue, has transformed into a point of local pride. Tourism campaigns now advertise it, Festivals celebrate it, and the community has woven this impossible burning ship into their very identity. It's become their ghost, their shared mystery that connects them across generations. And really, that transformation is what makes all three of our legends tonight so fascinating. They've evolved from sources of genuine maritime terror into something else entirely. Stories that connect us to our past, that help us understand how our ancestors made sense of an often hostile, always mysterious ocean. So let's drift into that safe harbor now and gather up what we've discovered tonight. Take a slow, comfortable breath with me. We started with the Kraken, born from sailors' encounters with genuine deep-sea giants. Those impressive cephalopods, Architeuthis ducks, that can reach 43 feet from tip to tentacle. Those ancient mariners watching massive tentacles break the surface, witnessing strange upwellings and unexplained disappearances. They needed to name what was hunting them in the dark. The Kraken gave comprehensible shape to the ocean's most alien inhabitants and the sudden, inexplicable losses that haunted every voyage. Then we sailed alongside Hendrik van der Decken, that spectacularly stubborn captain, whose ill-advised oath at the treacherous Cape of Good Hope condemned him to eternal wandering. The Flying Dutchman evolved into the ultimate cautionary tale about pride and defiance. Those ghostly sightings that terrified crews, even Prince George aboard the HMS Bacchante in 1881, find their explanations in the atmosphere's ability to play tricks. Fata Morgana mirages and St. Elmo's fire created their own kind of theatre, bending light and electricity into shapes that looked disturbingly like phantom vessels. And finally, that charming local haunting, the Northumberland burning ship, still lighting up the strait with its silent flames. A phantom so consistent that rescue boats set out time and again, only to watch it vanish. Like its legendary cousins, it finds its roots in similar optical illusions and atmospheric phenomena. But knowing the science doesn't diminish the wonder, does it? Here's what ties them all together, dear listener. Each of these legends bloomed exactly where natural danger met human psychology and our irrepressible need to tell stories. By naming and narrating the unpredictable forces around them, our ancestors asserted some small measure of understanding over what was, and often still is, beyond complete comprehension. The terrifying unknown became the understandable tale. Even if that tale involved monsters the size of islands, eternally cursed captains, or impossible burning ships that refused to sink. These stories offered sailors something precious, a narrative shelter, a way to process the vast, often indifferent power of the sea. And they offer us something too, from our safe, warm distance. We get to explore these thrilling impossibilities precisely because we're not out there in a small wooden boat, genuinely uncertain whether we're witnessing supernatural forces or the prelude to our own disaster. Picture that fiery phantom one last time, just a distant orange glow on the horizon, like a slow, impossible lighthouse that never comes closer, never quite resolves into full explanation, but never truly disappears either. From your perfectly safe position, you can observe it knowing with complete certainty that this strange light poses absolutely no threat to your peaceful evening. Let all these images drift away now, like paper lanterns floating on dark water, their lights gradually fading as you sink deeper into comfort. Let your breathing slow and settle into a gentle, natural rhythm. Feel the soft comfort of your own warm space, so wonderfully distant from any cold shorelines or phantom flames. You are perfectly warm, perfectly safe, here on solid, reliable ground, far from any phantom ships or mysterious seas. Thank you for joining me on this gentle voyage into the maritime myths that have captured human imagination for centuries. If these tales brought you even a moment of peace or quiet wonder tonight, I'd genuinely love to hear where in this world you're finding comfort as you listen. Drop a comment if you feel like it, and maybe consider subscribing if you'd enjoy drifting through more of these soothing historical mysteries together. Sleep well, dear listener. May your dreams be filled with calm seas and distant, harmless lights that guide you safely home.